Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Hare.
Thank Mhm. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Please start the audio.
Hare Krishna, everyone. A warm welcome back once again to our ever ongoing series on the glories of our beloved Sri Vrindavan. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pashtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Pastita Deshatarane. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So we are continuing with our series on stimulation for ecstatic love, and this will be part 30. And for part 30, we have chosen a very interesting topic, and that is Krishna's clothes. Krishna's clothes. It is a fact that Krishna's clothes can be a stimulus in developing ecstatic love for him. In Nectar of Devotion, chapter 41, Srila Prabhupada writes, sometimes Krishna's different names, forms, paraphernalia, and transcendental qualities provoke fraternal love. For instance, Krishna's nice dress, his strongly built body, the all auspicious symptoms on his body, his knowledge of different languages, his learned teachings in Bhagavad Gita, his uncommon genius in all fields of endeavor, his exhibition of expert knowledge, his mercy, his chivalry, his behavior as a conjugal lover, his intelligence, his forgiveness, his attraction for all kinds of men, his opulence, and his happiness can all provoke fraternal love. So one of those things was Krishna's dress. Now, for today's lecture, I had to do some extra research, and I found a lot of material in Srimad Bhagavatam, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur's Sarata Darshini, Gopal Champu, Harivamsa, Purana Vishnuparva 27, Sri Garga Samhita, Canto 5, chapters 5 and 6, the Brahma Vaivarta Purana, the Krishna Janmakanda section, Mahabharata, as well as a Shastra in the Vrindavan Research Institute in Vrindavan called Shringar Pranalika. It's a beautiful name. Shringar Pranalika, by a Pustimarg Vaishnav poet whose name was Yogi Gopishwara. Yogi Gopishwara. So let us begin by hearing Maharaj Parikshit's vision of Krishna's clothes as described in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.12.8. There it says that while in the womb of his mother, Tadit Vashanam Achyutam, Maharaj Parikshit saw Krishna wearing a garment of lightning yellow. Then Srimad Bhagavatam 2.2.9, it says that other realized devotees, they see Kadambakin, Jalkapi, Shanga Vashanam. Krishna's garments are yellowish, like the saffron of a kadamba flower. And Srimad Bhagavatam 4:30-26 says, Nama kamalakin jalka pishan kamala vasheshe. Dear Lord, the garment you have put on is yellowish in color like the saffron of a lotus flower, but it is not made of anything material. Now, Krishna book, chapter 21, which is entitled The Gopis Attracted by the Flute, gives a very detailed description how our Krishna dresses in Braj. And I quote, while discussing the transcendental vibration, the gopis also remembered how Krishna dressed, decorated with the peacock feather on his head, just like a dancing actor, and with blue flowers pushed over his ear. His garment glowed yellow gold, and he was garlanded by a Vajjayanti necklace. Dressed in such an attractive way, Krishna filled up the holes of his flute with the nectar emanating from his lips. So they remembered him, entering the forest of Vrindavan, which is always glorified by the footprints of Krishna and his companions. So that's how Krishna dresses in Braj. So it appears that he dresses very simply in Vrindavan. Srimad Bhagavatam also confirms this in 10:13-11. There it said, Krishna is yagya bhuk, that is, he eats only offerings of yagya. But to exhibit his childhood pastimes, he now sat with his flute tucked between his waist, his tight cloth on his right side, and with his horn bugle and cow driving stick on his left. And Krishna himself, of course, refers to his preferred simple life in Vrindavan, in Srimad Bhagavatam 10:24-24, one of my favorite verses. I've quoted it many times in this lecture series. Nanaparo jana pada nagramya nagriya vayam vanat ashashatata nityam vanashala nivashina. Speaking to his father, Nanda Maharaj. My dear father, our home is not in the cities, towns, or villages. Being forest dwellers, we always live in the forest and on the hills. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki. Nevertheless, there are times in Vrindavan when Krishna dresses more opulently. In Gopal Champu, Song 12, Text 5, Srila Jiva Goswami, he says, and I'll quote, very handsome and wonderfully dressed as a dancing actor, Krishna was like a regal cloud, come to shower a rain of nectar. So there's regal, implying, royalty. And in Ananta Vrindavan Champu, chapter 14, Kavi Karnapur writes, it's very beautiful, as the rising sun beautified the blue sky with a brilliant light, Krishna got up and dressed gorgeously like a dramatic actor. He, the ocean of elegance, appeared like a dramatic artist dressed in many beautiful, colorful garments. Now, Kavi Karnapur describes that was actually the day of Gopastami, the day when little Krishna began herding cows. Now on that day, we've discussed this pastime several times, but on that day, Mother Yasoda decided to dress Krishna up as what? Not a cowherd boy, but a prince in beautiful, colorful, silken clothes with a big, beautiful turban and all types of jewels. But as she was doing so, Krishna kept saying, Maya, this is not how cowherd boys are supposed to look. So she replied, Lala, everyone is talking about you going out with the cows now, so it has become a grand celebration. Thus, I must dress you accordingly. So when she finished dressing Krishna, she took him outside where all his cowherd friends were waiting for him. But as soon as the boys saw him, they all started laughing, because they'd never seen him dressed like that before, as a prince, royalty. Shubal Shaka, he said, "Look at him, just look at him." And Raktaka said, "Yes, he's dressed like a prince to take care of cows? He's dressed like a prince to take care of cows?" And hearing this, the other cowherd boys, they started rolling on the ground, holding their sides as they continued laughing. So the acharyas say that Krishna just stood there red-faced, much to the dismay of Mother Yasoda. Then suddenly all the cowherd boys hollered, and they started charging forward, and they tore off all of Krishna's princely clothes. Then they quickly dressed him up, again as a simple cowherd boy. And the only ornaments he had then were his peacock feather, his stick for controlling cows, a little bugle for calling the cows, and of course, his vamsi, his flute, Vrindavan Krishna. And after the boys had dressed Krishna as a gopa, they all stood back and looking at their work, they said in unison, it's one of my favorite things, they all looked at Krishna and they said in unison, "That's our Krishna." That's our Krishna by Srila Prabhupada's grace. That's our Krishna. Cowherd boy in Braj. But from Mother Yasoda's efforts, it appears there are times that Krishna dresses a little more or a lot more opulently than normal. Gopal Champu also describes, I was reading how Krishna and his gopis, they would sometimes use bathing clothes, or there's descriptions how they had night dresses, a little more opulent. So that being the case, Sri Rupa Goswami writes in Ujjvala Nilamani 2.5 that Krishna has a dressing expert in the spiritual world. Krishna has a dressing expert who assists him in the spiritual world. In other words, he has a person who's expert in dressing him each and every day. Now, Rupa Goswami describes the technical name of this position in the spiritual world is Vita Sahaya. Vita Sahaya. And he says that Vita Sahaya is Veshopachara Kushala. Veshopachara Kushala, meaning this person is expert in clothes and dress codes. He's expert in clothes and dress codes. And he assists in dressing Krishna. Nectar of Devotion, chapter 25, I found, states that sometimes Krishna even likes to dress himself nicely. There it's stated, a person who is very fond of dressing himself is called Lalita, or a meticulous dresser. This characteristic is found in Krishna in two ways. Sometimes he likes to decorate Srimati Radharani with various marks, and sometimes when preparing to kill demons like Aristasura, he takes care to arrange his belt very nicely. He's a meticulous dresser. We actually see Krishna in fancy or meticulous dress daily throughout the world in our ISKCON temples, where we dress Radha and Krishna in opulent clothes and ornaments, not as a simple cowherd boy or girl. The third verse of Guruvashtakam prayers says, the spiritual master is always engaged in the temple worship of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. He also engages his disciples in such worship. They dress the deities in beautiful clothes and ornaments, cleanse their temple, and perform other similar worship of the Lord. I offer my obeisances unto the lotus feet of such a spiritual master. Now this we do, of course, dress Krishna very opulently to gain a sense of awe and reverence for the Lord. before we can actually appreciate his romantic, loving pastimes in Braj. Just like we read the first 9 cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam to understand who we are and who is God, before going on to the 10th canto where Krishna's pastimes are more intimate in Braj. Now, Shastra describes the times actually in Vrindavan when Krishna dresses more opulently. Therein is described that his clothes come in a variety of colors, fabrics, shapes, and sizes. The Brajbasi poet Surdas describes Krishna's clothes at such times, when he's a little opulent. He describes them as incomprehensible even to the goddess of opulence. Incomprehensible even to the goddess of opulence. Now, we'll move on. The main fabric Krishna dresses in, that his clothes are made of, is described as a special kind of silk called resham, R-E-S-H-A-M, resham. It's described as very shimmery and shiny. Shimmery and shiny, the Acharyas say like that. They compare it to the body of a fish. This resham, this silk, it's smooth like the feathers of a bird, pure like the water of the Ganges, and beautiful like a sheet of stars. Beautiful like a sheet of stars. And it's described hundreds of meters of resham can be pulled through a middle finger-sized gold ring. Very fine, the silk Krishna wears. And such resham silk is so pure that it's not even necessary to wash it before any type of ceremonial use. Now, according to Mitak Ashraya law, it's an old text that deals with the laws actually of inheritance. Therein it's described that the mere exposure of resham to air is sufficient to clean it. The law says that, or this law book says that this silk is literally washed by air. You just take it outside and let the air go through it. It's so pure it's considered washed. It's amazing. Now, another type of cloth fabric that Krishna wears is called atlas. It's described, this looks very much like silk. It's not silk, but it looks very much like silk, but it's thicker and heavier and even more shimmery and shinier than silk. Shastra describes it as strong as a thick rod of iron. And oral tradition says that if 100 Mahabalis, meaning fighters, stand on one side, and 100 other Mahabalis stand on the other side and play tug of war with this atlas fabric, the fabric will not break, it won't even tear. You've got 200 warriors pulling on it, it won't even tear. So Krishna wears that. Probably needs it in the forest of Vrindavan with all his wrestling with his friends and going through the forest and taking care of his cows. He uses that fabric. Now, another fabric that Krishna wears is known as jal, J-A-A-L. Jal literally means net, or it can mean like a thin fabric that one can actually see through. I was reading that it's also known as achadhani. And women used to cover their face with it in Vedic times. And I tried to find out how Krishna wears it, but there was no detail. It just says, Krishna wears this cloth in many different ways. A lot of details here, but for those of you who are design, dresses for the deities, etc., this must be fascinating. Now, another type of cloth or fabric that Krishna wears is known as zari, Z-A-R-I. And this zari, it's a golden and silver-colored fabric, which is woven actually by metallic threads, made from 24-karat gold and silver. And one poet describes it very poetically. He says this fabric is like the sun at noon during summertime, the full moon during winter nights, jewels hanging on the breasts of Mohini Murti, and the ankle bells of the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi. Wow. I wish I could have some of that fabric for my deities. And there are details about that particular fabric. It says Krishna wears it on festival days. Now, just as a note here, there was a special fabric present at the time of Krishna called mal mal. It's two words, M-A-L, M-A-L, mal mal. Now, I didn't find any reference that Krishna actually wore this fabric, but the Mahabharata mentions mal mal amongst gifts received by King Yudhisthira. He would receive gifts of this precious fabric, mal mal. So it was there during Krishna's pastime. So I was curious. I did a little bit more research on it. And I found out that mal mal was made by weaving extremely fine cotton thread. One poet attempts to describe it by saying, it's a little esoteric, the skin of the moon removed by the executioner's star would not be so fine. Subtle. The skin of the moon removed by the executioner's star would not be so fine as this particular fabric. And it's written that 100 yards of mal mal fabric can pass through the eye of a needle. However, the point of the needle can hardly pierce it. It's also described, it is so light and transparent that it looks as if one who wears it has no dress on at all, but has simply smeared his body with pure water. How we love the poets of Braj. Now, because I did a lot of research, I stayed up all night, books from the 2nd century state that mal mal fabric barely hid the modesty of those who wore it. And the 7th century Sanskrit writer Bhanabhatta, we quoted him a few times a couple of years ago, Bhanabhatta, he mentions in his works that the royal robes of the Emperor Harsha were made from mal mal fabric. So it was there some hundreds of years ago, but word is gone. He writes that mal mal fabric feels like, when you wear it, it feels like it's woven by the wind. When you wore that fabric, mal mal fabric, it felt like it was woven by the wind. Hare Krishna. So again, there's no mention that Krishna wore this fabric, but it was used by others during his time on earth. However, there is ample information of the colors of the fabrics that Krishna wears. You know, in the West, we see so many people, they're wearing black, they're wearing gray, they're wearing brown, they're wearing dark green, you know, purples, but life is very joyful in Braj. So people, the Brajavasis, is a very colorful dress they wear. Like we see also now sometimes in Rajasthan. If you've been to Rajasthan, the ladies, very beautiful, colorful clothes. So it's described that according to the date, the occasion, the weather, and the nakshatra, meaning the astrological details, the days of the weeks, the mood, etc. In that regard, fabrics were carefully chosen for Krishna. They didn't just go and purchase them. They purchased them on a particular auspicious day of the week. The mood of the seller was important. Different astrological details were there. Everything was done very carefully. And these clothes were very, very colorful. And it's interesting, these colors were made using various natural pigments, natural dyes. It's very interesting, actually. I'll describe to you the various pigments that were used in Krishna's clothes 5,000 years ago. So blood red colored pigments, meaning the dyes, that color is called Kushumbi color, blood red, were made from powdered rubies and beetroot. Light pink pigments, or dyes, gulabi color, were made from roses for Krishna's clothes. Deep red pigments, sarangi color, were made from red vermilion powder. Red pigments, lal color, were made from flowers of guruhala and gunja. I do not know what is guruhala or gunja, but they got the red dye for Krishna's clothes. Blue pigments, nila color, were made from blue shells. Yellow pigments, pila color, were made from turmeric rocks. Turmeric rocks. Saffron pigments, keshari color, were made from the saffron paste that comes from Kashmir. Deep yellow pigments, amarasi color, amarasi, were made from the paste of mango fruits. Wow, you can get a dye from mango fruits. Light yellow pigments, chandani color. Light yellow is called chandani, were made from sandalwood paste. Black pigments, sham color, were made from coryllium and various incense oils. This is so fascinating. Someone should try to revive this means of getting dye or pigments, like the Brajbasis did for Krishna. Light black pigments, meaning gray or dumil color, were made from the smoke of aguru wood. Green pigments, hara color, were made from the green leaves of poisonless trees. So the trees weren't poisonous. Deep green pigments, gambhir hari yala color, were made from the paste of dark green leaves of poisonous plants. Light green pigments, harit color, were made from lime and the leaves from various kinds of plants. And turquoise pigments, turquoise described as pirosi color, pirosi, were made from turquoise gem powder. The dye was made from turquoise gem powder. Wow. Actually, there are many, many other colors mentioned, but we don't have much time, but it's really interesting, isn't it? Actually, other different dyes I was reading were made by grinding stones from selected mountains and mixing it with different types of algae. These sciences are all lost, but this is our tradition. Someone can revive it, please. Now, at this point, we can discuss Shringar Pranalika. I saw it in the Vrindavan Research Institute. Beautiful poetry there about Braj. So he writes in his Shringar Pranalika that Krishna's undergarments are known as Taniya, Kopina, Lagota, and Angavastra. No details are given, but his undergarments are known as Taniya, Kopina, Lagota, and Angavastra. Just to say those names, you feel purified. And these were made from black threads that connect a triangular piece of white cloth on one side with a rectangular piece of cloth on the back side. Now, those of you who make deity dresses, you keep tuned in here. And these garments came in two different colors, white in the summer and red in the winter. Then our poet writes that there are various clothes that Krishna wears below his stomach. They're called jama, or pants, or pajama, loose pants. Or sometimes I read they're called sutana. And the sutana pants specifically, they're pants that are tied at the bottom. Then the poet describes Krishna wears a dhoti tied around his waist, or a malakacha. Malakacha is a type of unstitched cloth which is worn like a dhoti above the knees while wrestling. So Krishna would use this particular unsewn garment when he would wrestle in the sands of Ramanredi with his friends. Then Jangiya, a type of short pants that Krishna wears when during his jalkeli, during his water pastimes. They're also known as pardhani. You know, he has pastimes in the waters with his friends, with the gopis, so he wears short pants during his jalkeli pastimes. Krishna also sometimes wears a long skirt, which is known as kanchani or kanchuki, skirt with many frills of different vibrant colors, which he wears specifically during Ras Leela, during the Rasa dance. Or he also wears that skirt at official meetings in his father's, Nanda Maharaj's palace. He'll come dressed like that. Also Krishna wears adabhandan. It's a triangular, long piece of cloth which he ties around his waist while playing. And sometimes he wears a mekhala or nandani, which is a short piece of cloth which helps to tighten his already tight waistcloth. Some extra tightness there. A mekhala or nandani. Then there are various types of clothes Krishna wears below his neck. One is a shirt called takuchi-ha. It almost sounds Japanese. Takuchi-ha, which is a sleeveless shirt. And then there's a piece of cloth, it's described something like a shawl with a border known as uparena that Krishna wears. And there's a similar kind of shawl, it's called a patka. And this kind of shawl Krishna wears, we've never seen it, but it's there in Brajalila. It comes in 3 different styles. Raja Sahi Patka, which is a gold woven embroidered shawl, which can be worn from the neck to the shoulders and hangs from the arms. Number 2, a Rasa Patka, which is smaller in size, which Krishna also wears during Rasa dance, specifically to avoid the movement of the malas or necklaces around his neck. That's interesting. And number 3, a Sofi Patka, which is, in this case, it's very small in size, and which Krishna ties around his neck during wrestling with the boys to wipe off perspiration from his face. Wow, so much detail. Then the poet describes a big coat that Krishna sometimes wears, which is known as a vaga, V-A-G-A. And there's another coat that goes beyond Krishna's waist, talk about details of the Lord, known as a Chakdhara Vaga. And during summertime, Krishna sometimes wears a fatvi. It's a sleeveless jacket filled with cotton, and a sadhari, a full-sleeved jacket embedded with stones. During the winter, he wears a fargul. We discussed this last year in another lecture. It's a large and long bokomandi filled with cotton and silk threads. Then there's a piece of cloth in a triangular shape that he uses to tie his hair, as well as an extremely long cloth which he uses to tie his hair up and make turbans. You know, as a meticulous dresser, he sometimes does it himself, or the servants do it, or Mother Yasoda does it. But this is a cloth they use in Braj. We can maybe use that cloth in dressing our deities. Such cloths, these different types of cloths, they come in silk, cotton, jal, and many other gold and silver zaris. Remember the zaris. Then, of course, there's the black woolen chadar. We gave a lecture on that last year, that Krishna uses, which is embroidered with gems and pearls. And remember, it's known as kamariya. And Krishna uses that woolen chadar during his cowherd pastimes. Then really interesting, Krishna has Rumala, R-U-M-A-L-A. It's a handkerchief which comes in a variety of shapes like circles, triangles, octagons, and squares. Actually, one can often see the deities in Vrindavan's main temples dressed in an assortment of these clothes that we described, especially in winter. Not all of them, of course, but during winter, Krishna doesn't wear a dhoti and a sash. It's cold. So these type of clothes you'll see in Vrindavan deities in the wintertime. But of course, once again, during Krishna's pastimes 5,000 years ago, these types of fancy clothing we mentioned were used by Krishna only for special occasions. Generally, he walks barefoot around Vrindavan in a simple dhoti and a sash. These pastimes of royal dress, so to speak, are actually keli. Keli means fun pastimes, like we described, jal keli, pastimes, fun pastimes in the water. So these royal dress, they're all keli pastimes. They're not the norm, they're the exception. For variety, because variety is the spice of life. So Vrindavan's full of variety. I recently read about one of these fun keli royal pastimes described in several shastras. Actually, one pastime is described in several shastras, and each shastra gave a little bit more information about a royal pastime, a fun pastime. I thought I'd share it with you. The scriptures that I was reading, where I found it in, are the Astakaliya Lila Pada Vali, verses 97 to 99, the Preyo Bhakti Rasa Narva, Cowherd Boys, chapter 9, and the Krishna Nika Kumudi. Now, in those scriptures, it's described that once upon a time, Prabhupada uses that term several times in his books, once upon a time, the Cowherd Boys rose from their after-dinner nap and quickly woke up Krishna saying, "Hari, just listen downstairs in the palace. Here at Nandagram, there's a big commotion going on. Performers are waiting for your arrival. There's going to be a royal assembly with lots of theater and dance, etc. Let's go quickly." So hearing this, Mother Yasoda had her servants dress her son in very royal attire. It was a royal occasion. Before having him join his friends and the audience downstairs. The idea was that Krishna would be sitting at the center of this royal assembly, so he had to dress accordingly. So Mother Yasoda's servants dressed Krishna in elegant royal robes. Then they tucked a jeweled dagger in the sash around his waist. They smeared sandalwood paste on his limbs, and they placed a Prince Regent's scepter in his hand. Then they tied Krishna's hair in a top knot and bound it with a red and golden string, and then they crowned all of that with a peacock feather. Well, peacock feather's always there. Finally, they placed a wreath woven out of tiny flowers on his head. And then a special class of servant boys adorned Krishna with the following: flashing earrings, a precious pearl nose ring, a diamond choker, a jeweled locket, and assorted strings of giant pearls, assorted strings of giant pearls, all from the royal treasure chest. Wow. But by this time, being dressed with all these opulent things, Krishna was getting restless to meet his friends, those scriptures describe. And he wanted to join the fun below. So Mother Yasoda, she opened the door of his room and invited the Cowherd Boys to escort Krishna to these royal festivities downstairs. So flanked by friends and servants, Krishna held Balaram's hand as he entered this royal assembly. It's described looking like the moon rising in the sky along with influential planets. I love that. Krishna looked like the moon rising in the sky along with influential planets. And there Nanda Maharaj, who was also dressed in royal clothes, he was sitting on a large throne. So it's described, both Krishna and Balaram joined him, sitting on either side of him. Then Krishna and Balaram, they joined their palms and they very humbly offered respects to their elders. And the throne itself was surrounded by silk carpets, I was reading, upon which Krishna's friends took their seats in two groups. Subal, Arjun, and their friends sat on the right side, while, I have to remember, Sridham, Shudam, and their friends, they sat on the left. And stout, very strong servants, they held lamps aloft, while the brahmanas who were present, they recited auspicious invocations to inaugurate the evening's royal entertainment. And it's described row upon row of expert musicians played musical instruments and beat drums, and that the townspeople, the Brajabasis, the village people, quickly filled the royal court. But no matter how many guests arrived, mysteriously, mystically, there was still space to accommodate them all. Now in Vrindavan we read there's just how many, it's unlimited living entities. Brajabasis live there. But by Krishna's mystic power, there was always space to accommodate everyone who came for the fun pastime. And it's written that every guest, from his or her particular vantage point, could see Krishna. Wow. Although it's very crowded, people are here, there, and everywhere. By Krishna's arrangement, everyone could see Krishna. And also that with so many devotees gathered together in such a close space, and with all of them lovingly chanting Krishna's names, so much bliss was generated that people wondered if entertainment was even necessary to enjoy the evening. Lots of entertainment was planned, but the Brajbasis were very happy just sitting so close to Krishna, all together chanting his holy names. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And so should we, when we're in our temples or our namhatas or wherever we are, with our friends, with devotees, chanting Hare Krishna, we're perfectly happy. We don't need any other type of entertainment. Hare Krishna. But again, these are just fun pastimes. And in all seriousness, the residents of Vrindavan, they like to see Krishna dressed in simple cowherd clothes. Right? The fun pastimes are there, but they like to see Krishna not as God in awe and reverence, Aishwarya Bhav. They like to see Krishna as an innocent cowherd boy, wherein they can relate to him as an intimate servant, a friend, or in the mood of him being their son, or as conjugal rasa, as a cowherd girl. Like to see Krishna like that. This we can understand from Srimati Radharani, who met Krishna dressed as a king at Kurukshetra. There was a time that the Brajabasis went to meet Krishna at Kurukshetra. And seeing Krishna as a king, Srimati Radharani, she spoke these famous words to Krishna. As found in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Lila, chapter 13, verses 129 to 131. It's written as such. Shri Radha's speaking to her beloved Krishna. My dear Krishna, here at Kurukshetra, you were dressed like a royal prince, accompanied by great warriors. But in Vrindavan, you appeared just like an ordinary cowherd boy, accompanied only by your beautiful flute. Here there is not even a drop of the ocean of transcendental happiness that I enjoyed with you in Vrindavan. I therefore request you, please come back to Vrindavan and enjoy pastimes with me. If you do so, my ambition will be fulfilled. Hare Krishna. Perfect way to end the class. Words from the mouth of Srimati Radharani. Thank you, everyone. What more can I say? Next week we'll speak about Vrindavaneshwari Srimati Radharani's close. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'm sure you are as well. So Hare Krishna, thank you so much. See you next Friday. Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki, Shri Shri Krishna Balaram ki, Shri Shri Radha Shama Sundar ki, Vrindavaneshwari Srimati Radharani ki, Mayapur Dham ki, Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki, Shri Krishna Sankirtan Yajna ki, back home, back to Godhead ki, take the whole creation with us by Srila Prabhupada's mercy, back home, back to Godhead ki, Nitai Gaur Premanandi, Jai Jai Sisi Radhe Sham. Glories to Prabhupada, the revealer of the Dham. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, very dear devotees, welcome back once again to our ongoing series on the glories of our most beloved Sri Vrindavan Dham. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pashtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Vishesha Shunyavadi Pastracha Deshatarane. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So we are continuing with our mini-series entitled Stimulation for Ecstatic Love, and this will be part 31. Now, last week we discussed, as you remember, Krishna's clothes, so I thought it only natural that this week we discuss Vrindavaneshwari Srimati Radharani's clothes, her dresses and her ornaments. Srila Prabhupada makes it very clear in Teachings of Queen Kunti, chapter 18, how Radharani's clothes can be a stimulus for ecstatic love. He writes as follows there. The entire Bhagavatam is glorification of Krishna, and this is glorification by Shukadeva Goswami. He says that one can be perfectly purified if one either glorifies Krishna, meditates upon him, or simply sits before the deity of Krishna and sees him thinking, how nicely dressed is Krishna, how nicely dressed is Radharani. So like that. But as Sri Krishna's pleasure potency, Ladini Shakti, Sri Radha has the ability to attract or control Krishna. Therefore, the Acharyas note that her dressing is actually even more attractive than Krishna's dressing. The famous Brajabasi poet, Paramananda Das, he describes this very nicely in one of his poems. I really like this. He writes, Lalita says to Krishna, O Krishna, our queen, Sri Radha, wears a gold-embedded chadar, whereas you only wear a black woolen chadar filled with dust from cows. Our Radha adorns her head with a diamond-studded crown of victory, whereas you tie a turban of torn cloth. Our queen wears necklaces of countless gemstones which sparkle like different shades of the moon, whereas you, Krishna, simply wear a simple forest flower garland that has no scent. Our queen wears dresses and skirts of opulence, whereas you dress in a cloth of poverty. She holds a stick of royal power, whereas you hold a simple bamboo flute. O Krishna, peacocks dance on her nose rings, whereas you have only one feather on your head. The queen of Braj is Radha, where the son of Nanda is her servant for many lifetimes. Lalita said like that. So we thank the poet. So it's for these reasons, actually, that Srila Prabhupada once instructed our ISKCON Pujaris to dress Srimati Radharani more beautifully than Krishna, actually. How do we know? Well, when recounting her memories of Srila Prabhupada, my godsister, Tungabhadra Devidasi, she said that in Bombay in 1972, when Srila Prabhupada visited our temple there, he walked in and he paid his obeisances to the deities. He stood up and he smiled very broadly. Then he turned to her and he said to Tungabhadra, "Thank you very much. Make thousands of outfits like this and always make Radharani more beautiful than Krishna." That's an important instruction. Make thousands of outfits like this, but always make Radharani more beautiful than Krishna. Then he concluded, then Krishna will never leave. Hare Krishna. So, to begin with, in Vrindavan, Radha and Krishna's dresses and outfits are generally quite simple, as opposed to the opulence of Dwarka. Sri Jiva Goswami writes in Yugalastika, verse 7, Nilambhara Dhara Radha. It means Sri Radha wears a simple bluish cloth. That's from Jiva Goswami. We know the simplicity of their dress in Braj. Nilambhara Dhara Radha. Sri Radha wears a simple bluish cloth. However, I found Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes in Navadvip Dham Mahatmya 2:15 that she can also wear multicolored clothes as well. He writes, Tratra Shri Radhika Devi Vichit Rambhara Bhushana. Shri Radhika is often dressed with multicolored clothes. So simple, but sometimes more opulent. Now, I was looking for an example of opulent dress for Srimati Radharani, and that we find during her coronation ceremony in Vrindavan, where she was dressed by her maidservants in the Vrindavan forest because they wanted to declare her the queen of Vrindavan, so that they had a whole coronation ceremony. And this ceremony is described by Srila Jiva Goswami in his Madhava Mahotsava. So therein he says that after the Abhishek, the bathing ceremony of Sri Radha to make her queen, her maidservants dressed her in an opulent dress, befitting a queen. And then he writes that, so as not to disappoint them, Sri Radha invested her full potency in the dress. As such, the embroidered swans immediately came to life and cooed in concert with the tinkling of her ankle bells. Jiva Goswami. So then he writes, Sri Radha accepted a very beautiful, opulent, delicate sash for her waist. And he mentions that it was scented with perfumes like sandalwood and musk and oud, etc. And as a result, he writes, like her complexion, the sash gave off a soft reddish glow that actually revealed her heart's feelings and radiated her love for Krishna. Wow. So then the gopis profusely decorated Sri Radha with flower ornaments, and with that she appeared like a floral goddess of Braj, making the nearby trees shudder in bliss. And the next part of the ceremony entailed Sri Radha's being clothed in a second royal dress. And at that moment, the gopi Sanjana stepped forward and began braiding and decorating Sri Radha's hair. And when she had finished Radha's long braid, Jiva describes, it resembled a black vine decorated with tiny flowers, a variety of gems, and Krishna's bee-like mind. Then she placed a peacock feather at the end of the braid, and she asked her assistant is Chaya, the Gopi Chaya, to add scented oils, tiny garlands of delicate flowers, and sindoor in the rest of Radharani's hair. Then Chaya finished by placing a number of dazzling jewels in Shri Radhika's hair, making her hair appear like a star-filled sky. I like that one. A star-filled sky. You see this all in your mind's eye, and it acts as a stimulus, doesn't it? For attracting us to the divine couple. So then another gopi began painting patterns on Srimati Radharani's face, like budding creepers on her forehead, it's described, flowering creepers on her cheeks, and a bumblebee-like spot of kasturi on her chin. Then another gopi came forward, and she drew a line of kajal around Shri Radha's eyes. She hung a pearl on the tip of her nose and put sparkling jewels on her ears. So then yet another gopi was about to redden Shri Radha's lips when she noticed how rosy Radha's smile already was. So thinking that lipstick would only hide the natural beauty of Shri Radha's lips, she put down her brush. All this is revealed by Srila Jiva Goswami. So then the same girl fastened a silk band engraved with Krishna's name on it around Shri Radha's neck, and valuable rings on all of her 10 fingers. So I was reading one Acharya, he writes, to what can Shri Radha's fully ornamented beauty be compared? A golden vine, fully blossomed, Mount Sumeru, glistening in the sunshine? Hardly. He writes, her indescribable glory can only be compared to itself. Her indescribable glory can only be compared to itself. Srimati Radharani Ki. So in this way, we can appreciate that Shri Radha dresses in ornate ways in Braja, of course, all for the pleasure of Krishna. Now, the following list is the different styles of outfits which sometimes adorn Shri Radha's transcendental form. And this part is so beautiful and so relishable. You're going to love it. When I read this in the Shastra, I was like, wow, devotees are going to love this. So listen to the different types of dresses that Shri Radha wears occasionally in Braj. There's the Gulab Jhoda. It's a dress she wears made from rose petals. Then there's Nij Raji Vesh, an outfit of pearls and shells. Then Ambhari Ghata. It's a dress of sky blue color. Then there's Amrashi Pariya, green leaf-colored blouses with mango-colored skirts. Then there's Bhaijani Gata. It's an eggplant-colored dress. Then Pirozi Gata. She wears sometimes Pirozi Gata. It's a turquoise-colored dress. Then Pushpa Valari Vesh. Pushpa Valari Vesh. It's an outfit which is embroidered with vines of flowers. Then there's Chitta Kari Vesh. It's a hand-painted dress. Her Sakis, they make her dress, and it's hand-painted on the textile. Then there's Kamal Chitkari Vesh. It's another hand-painted outfit, but with lotuses painted all over the dress. Then what else? Popati Dui Rangi Gata. Popati Dui Rangi Gata. It's a dress which has the color of a parrot with red and pink ruby embroidery. red and pink ruby embroidery. I'm hoping that some of the listeners they make outfits for their temple deities, so you can get some ideas here. Then Patangi Gata. Sometimes she wears a very bright pink dress. Then Saprangi Gata. It's a dress of 7 colors. Then there was Indra Danushi Gata. It's an outfit that looks like rainbow. It's a rainbow outfit. Then Mayuri Vesha. It's an outfit made completely with peacock feathers. I saw in one temple in ISKCON one time an outfit like that made with peacock feathers. So that's Mayuri Vesh. Then Shamagata, a dress which has the color of a dark monsoon cloud. And I read that's one of her favorites because it's the color of her Krishna. Then there's Chandni Gata. It's a silver dress. Then she also wears Keshariya Chandan Gata. It's a dress dyed with saffron and sandalwood paste. Then Arshi Gata. It's an outfit embedded with silver mirrors. So the poet Paramananda, he says in one of his poems in Braj Bhasa, Sab Braj ko Shringar Pravagatyo. Sab Braj ko Shringar Pravagatyo. It means, look, my dear friend, the full opulence of Vrindavan has arrived. From head to toe, all beauty of past, present, and future has manifested in the personality of Sri Radha. From the divine womb of Mother Kirti, Sri Radha, who is the treasurer of all types of beauty, has appeared in the beautiful land of Braj. Hare Krishna. So, while researching and reading about these different dresses, it was mentioned that some of them were narrow, while other dresses or skirts were quite wide. And this just took my memory. It reminded me that of an instruction that Srila Prabhupada gave when he visited our Paris temple in France in 1974. So during that visit, the pujaris had been dressing, Radha and Krishna in simple clothes that we'd purchased in India. And as such, the skirts were kind of falling flat around Radha and Krishna, their skirts, their transcendental forms. So one day when Prabhupada took darshan, he saw this. The skirts just kind of fell flat like that. So he told the pujaris that the skirts had to be much wider. He said, you should put some sticks underneath the deity's skirts to open them up and make them wider. So I was standing there, I was thinking, wow, Prabhupada's, he's the one who's training us in the worship of Radha and Krishna in their forms as the deities. So he knows these things. And he said they have to be wider. So he said, just put some sticks in there. I found that very interesting. And then he said another thing, which actually surprised us all. He stood there and he said, smiling, French girls are the most beautiful in the world. So Krishna has come to France to find his French gopi, Srimati Radharani. Yeah, but skirts should be wide. You put some sticks in there, pujaris, or some other means. Now, in Vrindavan pastimes, in Vrindavan Leela, Sudevi Saki is Saj Shamharini Shaki. Saj Shamharini Shaki. It means that she's the attendant of Srimati Radharani who takes care of her wardrobe. It's one of her sevas. And everything in Sri Radha's wardrobe is recorded in the royal court accounts of Maharaj Vishwabhanu. Her ornaments, numbering exactly 64, Shringar, 64, are kept in a special box called Saj Shamhar, Saj Shamhar. And the person, the gopi, in charge of that box is Vishaka Saki. And one of the specific duties of all these attendants, maidservants of Srimati Radharani, is to count this jewelry before decorating Sri Radha with them, and then count all the ornaments again when taking them off of her. Everything's accounted for. I thought that was interesting. And Sri Radha's Sakis, Astasakis, they also arrange for the making of all of Sri Radha's dresses and outfits. And one quote, it said that these outfits are so beautiful to behold that four-faced Brahma and five-faced Shiva become stunned when seeing her clothes. And they say, Chitra Vichitra Vesh. These clothes of Sri Radha are inconceivable and beyond the comprehension of our minds. Hare Krishna. Now, the Vrindavan poet, Sri Kalyana Rai, he writes, her clothes are so royal that the wives of the king of the demigods, Lord Indra, they become jealous and give up any hope of attaining such garments. Of course, they're in the material world still, devatas with all due respect. So how can they have these transcendental garments that adorn the transcendental form of Srimati Radharani and Krishna? In fact, Radharani's clothes are so magical and mystical that even Krishna once chose to wear them in a Kali Leela, in a playful pastime. In Nectar Devotion, chapter 42, I think it's entitled Fraternal Loving Affairs, Srila Prabhupada writes, he refers to this. He writes, Krishna once dressed himself up exactly like Srimati Radharani, just to create some fun amongst his friends. He put on golden earrings, and because he was blackish, he smeared the pulp of kumkuma all over his body in order to become as fair as Sri Radha. By seeing this dress, Krishna's friend Subal became very astonished. So there you go. Sometimes Krishna, and fun, he's so enamored by her dress, he puts it on. On another occasion, actually, Krishna came home after a rendezvous with Sri Radha wearing her blue sash. This is described by Srila Prabhupada in Nectar Devotion, chapter 45. I think that chapter is called Laughing Ecstasy. So Prabhupada describes, once early in the morning, when Krishna returned home after performing his Rasa Leela, Mother Yasoda looked upon Krishna's face and addressed him as thus, my dear son, why do your eyes look like they've been smeared with some oxides? And why have you dressed yourself with the blue garments of Baladev? They weren't the blue garments of Baladev, they were Radharani's sash, or blue sash. But she said, why have you dressed yourself with the blue garments of Baladev? When Mother Yasoda was addressing Krishna in this way, Nectar Devotion says, a girlfriend who was nearby began to smile with a puffed nose and squinting eyes. She was laughing because she knew what was actually going on. Now, I also read in Sri Rupa Goswami's Ujjvala Nilamani, chapter 8, that one time Sri Radha came home wearing one of Krishna's sashes. Well, sort of. Rupa Goswami describes that as follows in Ujjvala Nilamani, that once Radharani returned home forgetting that she was wearing Krishna's yellow cloth around her shoulders. And when Radharani's mother-in-law, Jatila, saw this yellow cloth, instead of the customary, bluish cloth that she usually wears, she sensed foul play and angrily stared at her daughter-in-law. At that time, Vishaka Saki, she tried to protect her friend Radharani by speaking the following words to Jatila. My dear Jatila, at today's festival, the young girls, their hearts fluttering with happiness, playfully doused Radharani with a strong mixture of turmeric and water, which dyed her silken shoulder cloth yellow. That is the reason this cloth is now yellow. O noble Jatila, Why do you stare at my friend Radharani from the corner of your crooked eyes? Now, I want to mention that it's not just Radharani's maidservants who dress Sri Radha in beautiful clothes and ornaments, as we described. But sometimes Mother Yasoda does as well. This is described by Kaviraj Shekhar. Kaviraj Shekhar, a famous Brajbasa poet, in one of his beautiful poems. Now, Kaviraj Shekhar lived in the late 17th century. He was born in the village of Paran in the Burdwan district of West Bengal, and he was an intimate disciple of Raghunandana Goswami in the line of Lord Nityananda. So I became attracted to his poetry when I read in one of his poems the following. It's a portion of one of his poems. It's actually describing the glories of Lord Chaitanya. And I found this in the Vrindavan Research Institute and looking through his poetry. Just the way he's described Lord Chaitanya just melted my heart. So I thought I'd throw this in from his poetry. Listen. Madhura Madhura Gaur Kishore, Madhura Madhura Nata, Madhura Madhura Shabha Sachara, Madhura Madhura Hata. Sweet, sweet is the youthful Gaur. Sweet, sweet is his dancing. Sweet, sweet are all his companions. Sweet, sweet is his marketplace. Madhura Madhura Mridanga Bhajata, Madhura Madhura Thana, Madhura Rasate Matala Bakata, Gota Madhura Ghana. Sweet, sweet are the sounds of the mridangas. Sweet, sweet are the rhythms. His devotees are wild with the sweet nectar of ecstatic spiritual love. Sweet, sweet is their singing. Madhura Helena, Madhura Dolana, Madhura Madhura Gati, Madhura Madhura Vachana Sundara, Madhura Madhura Bhati. Sweet is his leaning on a companion. Sweet is his swaying to and fro. Sweet, sweet are his emotions. Sweet, sweet are his beautiful words. Sweet, sweet is his effulgent glory. Madhura Adhara Jini Shashdhara, Madhura Madhura Hasha, Arti Priti Chariti, Madhura 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 Bhasha. Sweet are his lips that defeat the moon. Sweet, sweet is his laughter. Sweet is his artik, his ecstatic spiritual love and his character. Sweet, sweet is Mahaprabhu's talking. Madhura Yugala Nayana Ratula, Madhura Igite Chaya, Madhura Premera Madhura Badhara, Vachita Shekara Rai. Vachita Shekara Rai. Sweet are his reddish eyes. Sweet are his sidelong glances. But unfortunately, this poet Shekhar Rai has not attained his sweet, loving service. Madhur, Madhur, Madhur Bhaje. Isn't that sweet? What a poet. How he captured the sweetness of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, pure nectar. But what I wanted to share with all of you was his description in another poem of Mother Yasoda dressing and ornamenting Sri Radha. This is a long class, but I wish it was longer. Therein he describes Mother Yasoda dressing and ornamenting Sri Radha after Srimati Radharani cooked breakfast and served breakfast to Krishna. We discussed that Leela some years ago. Therein he describes, after cooking and serving Krishna Prasad, Srimati Radharani came out of the kitchen and sat down nearby. At that point, Mother Yasoda appeared and began to dress and ornament her in a very opulent way. By first retying Radha's hair into a graceful braid, then she applied fresh vermilion in the part of Radharani's hair, tilak on her forehead, coryllium over her eyelids. Then she replaced Radha's nose ring with her own most precious golden pearl, Yashoda. Then she dressed Sri Radha in her typical beautiful blue sari. It's described its color matched Krishna's complexion, which caused Sri Radha to blush. Meanwhile, one of Mother Yasoda's maidservants delivered a tray of ornaments. It's described that glittered like 1,000 suns. So Mother Yasoda selected a string of diamonds from that tray, and she hung it around Sri Radha's neck. And then, moving behind Sri Radha, Yashoda took Radha's braid in her hands and decorated it with various types of hairpins, including one of gold, one of diamonds, and one of pearls. And others were made of jewels like rubies and emeralds, etc. And while this very intimate exchange was taking place between Sri Radha and Yashoda, many of Radharani's girlfriends, they looked on, the gopis. So then when this was completed, when Yashoda dressing Sri Radha, she stepped back and she said something very wonderful. She said, "Oh, my precious little girl, your form and qualities soothe my heart. I dream of them always. What sins have I committed that I cannot have you as my daughter? You and my son are like the two halves of my life, or the pupils of my two eyes. The king of Braj, my husband, also shares this sentiment, just as we share the sadness that you are not the wife of our dear Krishna." Hare Krishna. Now, at this point, I'd like to mention that Sri Radha has dresses also for specific occasions. How do we know? Well, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes in his Gita Vali, verse 5, sometimes Sri Radha dresses herself according to her mood. Dhira Dhira Bhava Patavasa. Dhira Dhira Bhava Patavasa. Meaning she is clothed in the two-part silken garment of both sober and non-sober emotional ecstasies. It's pretty deep. But he indicates here that she dresses sometimes according to a particular mood. Dhira Dhira Bhava Patavasa. An example of special clothes, different clothes for special moods or purposes, it's described are clothes for bathing and clothes for nocturnal or nighttime pastimes. So regarding her bathing clothes, Srila Kavi Karnapura, he writes in Ananda Vrindavan Champu, chapter 12. He gives us some hint here. Upon arriving at the Jamuna, the impatient Brajakumaris immediately threw off their woolen shawls. Covered by thin white cotton bathing outfits, the blissful bodies of the gopis looked more beautiful than a stream of falling snow. So then we get a hint that on special occasions, well, when they bathe, Radha and the gopis, they'll wear these thin white cotton bathing outfits. And in his book, The Color Guide to Radhakund, by one of ISKCON's first Parikrama Pandits, one of the very first ones, like Dinabandhu, this devotee's name was Raja Shekhar Das Brahmachari. He wrote that book, The Color Guide to Radhakund. I read it many years ago, one of the first Parikrama books I read. Therein he relates, because he studied Braj Leela extensively for many years, wonderful devotee. He relates that when Sri Radha and her gopis swim in Shamakund, they first place their clothes carefully on a nearby pilu bush. While getting ready to bathe in Shamakund, they'll place their clothes carefully on a pilu bush, and then they enter the water in those outfits that we described earlier there. Now, as we many times discussed, such plants, pilu bush, even trees, they are fully conscious devotees, pure devotees, Nitya Siddha, eternally liberated devotees. serving the divine couple in their own unique ways. Variety is the spice of life. It's all Purnamasi's arrangement. So thus the pilu bush that holds the gopis close while they bathe witnessed all of their pastimes in the water, the jalkeli. Now this pilu bush in particular, I discovered, was formerly a Vaishnava Brahmana from Lord Shiva's holy city of Kashi, who executed severe austerities, hoping to ask a boon from the Lord face to face. And pleased with this devotee's resolve, Krishna eventually appeared to him. And the Brahmana then requested that he be allowed to participate in Krishna's pastimes, in his Vrindavan pastimes, and the Lord fulfilled his desire. Therefore, this Brahmana became that pilu bush by the bank of Shamakund and served the gopis by holding their clothes as they bathed. Now, presently, there's a bhajan kutir of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur just beside that pilu bush at Shamakund in Vrindavan. Because it's said that while Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur resided at Radhakund, when he would reside at Radhakund, he would sometimes discuss the divine couple's pastimes with the bush. He would sit there next to the pilu bush and he would discuss the divine couple's pastimes with that pilu bush. So there's a memorial there at that spot in the Shamakund. Wow. So amazing. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur ki. So, let's see. Oh yeah. Finally, regarding Sri Radha's dresses, for nighttime pastimes, we covered the bathing pastimes. So, another special occasion is the nighttime pastimes. So, in Sri Jiva Goswami's commentary on Ujjvala Nilamani, 574, he writes, sometimes Sri Radhika takes on the role of Abhisharika. And Abhisharika is a Nayika, meaning a heroine, a gopi, who is eager to meet her beloved Krishna, and she decides to meet him by leaving her home at midnight. So this is the description of a Abhisharika, a Nayika, a heroine, who wants to meet Krishna at nighttime in the forest. So Srila Jiva Goswami writes that usually an Abhisharika, she selects the full moon day for her abhishara, which means for her rendezvous. And he says, Tach cha praya shuklam eva bhavati. On such days, Sri Radha's cloth is usually pristine white. Why? Because this allows her, when she's going from home into the forest to meet Krishna on a full moon, because everything's lit up, so by dressing in pristine white, she blends into all the surroundings, so no one can see her going to that meeting. Now, to facilitate that meeting, it's described, Vrindadevi arranges that everything in the forest is also white, including the trees, the leaves, the flowers, the grass, the animals, like that. So I was thinking, what a wonderful arrangement. You know, it's bright out because of the moon, so Radharani's dressed in white and everything's white. So I thought, this is transcendental choreography, isn't it? Transcendental choreography. But then I was thinking, what about the dark night? The dark night when the moon's it's just a sliver, hardly present. It's dark. How would Sri Radha or her friends meet Krishna when he's playing his flute in the Vrindavan forest, calling them to dance with him? So then I found in Padyavali, seek and ye shall find. In Padyavali,